Good evening, and welcome to my fourth LEGO stream of 2025. Today is only the 5th, and this is already my fourth stream for the new year. But that's okay because I have a lot of Mario sets in the build queue right now, as well as the buy queue. And so I need to clear out a couple of the biggest boxes in order to that the sets that are coming in have a space to stay until I have a chance to build them. So today we'll be doing the two big Lego Mario boxes that were too big to fit in my build queue shelf. Let's go to the camera, and the first set we're doing today is so big I didn't really put it up on camera like I usually do, but before I pull it out, let's go ahead and keep Mario out for playing with the first set. And I'll put Luigi and Peach aside for now. I'll set them aside here. And Mario will play for the first set. He is, after all, the star of the show. And the first set we're going to build tonight is this Reznor Knockdown. And because of its size, by piece count, there's a chance this may be all we do tonight. But if we go through this and it doesn't take too terribly long, I have another set ready to go behind it. So hopefully we can get through 2 tonight, because I've still got about 20 sets in my build queue currently for Lego Mario. That's not an exact number, I didn't count, but it's something like that. And I want to stack up the rest of the sets into the build queue as quickly as I can, so we need to work through with what we've got so that I don't overflow the shelf again. So here's Reznor Knockdown. The main focus of the set is this big tower, and we also have a couple other action features here as well. It comes with 2 Reznor creatures, which look like a variant on a rhino. It comes with a toad. This is the blue toad variant. I have 4 other toads, 2 reds and 2 yellows. This is my first blue one. And something called a growl. I do not remember the growls from the games, but remember, it's been a few years since I played the video games. So let's go ahead and get this open and get started because it's such a big set. Here's the front of the box. And then here's the back of the box. And the back of the box just shows some of the play features, like the main. And it also shows a little bit of the starter set in the picture as well. Alright, another set with no push tabs. So let's go ahead and take my trusty tool and cut the tape so we can get into the set and begin. Not as much talking as I usually do at the beginning of stream, but this is a big set, and the other set I've pulled to do tonight is also pretty big by piece count, so we need to get started. Okay, so there's a lot of bags and content here. Okay, let's set that aside. We have here our quick start guide. But as you know, that's not instructions, and in fact is going to be completely useless to us tonight. Wow, I almost sent Mario off the table. He was caught up at the edge there. Let's see here. I know from looking before that there's 7 numbered bags. This is the number 1 bag. So I need to stack these off to the side in reverse order like I do. 7. This is a big set, so as I build each of the sub-assemblies, we'll probably take them off until it's time to put the whole thing together at the end. Okay, I've taken aside the extra bags, and we have bag 1 in front of us. Let's pull up our instructions and get started. So because because I pulled the boxes because I pulled the boxes before stream and I have a plan, I actually was able to preset the instructions today like I usually do. So here's the instructions for Reznor Knockdown. And so bag 1 is going to be the Reznors themselves. Bag 2 is going to be the Growl feature. Bag 3 is the base of the platform. Bag 4 is the tower. Bag 5 is the tower's action feature. Bag 6 and 7 are some more scenery, it looks like. So let's go ahead and get started with bag 1. We have a lot to get through today. And even though it wasn't advertised in the instructions like it usually is, this set does come with a tool. We have here a tool. I will set that aside. And let's go ahead and get this started. And I have this piece is going to roll around on me if I don't put the flat side up. So again, this is called Reznor Knockdown. So the set comes with 2 of these Reznors, but the instructions didn't say 2 times, which suggests that they're slightly different. Okay, there. I don't have too much to talk about tonight, but we'll see how things go later. Or as I should say, as we progress. We'll be here for at least a couple hours. This is a big set. The other set I want to do tonight is also kind of big. There. it's giving us an assembly for the head section. That's not the correct piece. No. We want the little bracket here, I think. Yeah. So yeah, I already don't have anything to talk about, but we'll see. I do have big Lego plans for this year. For this month, it's going to be largely focused on working through the build queue I already have, clearing out some of these Mario boxes to make room for the remaining Mario boxes. And I have a couple other sets outside of Mario. Obviously, we have the Avatar series ongoing as well. We have 3 more of those coming up, and I want to space those out though. I like having Avatar be a relatively special thing over time. It's an easy theme to collect because they only made 9 total sets, and we've done 6 of them so far, so we got 3 Avatar sets left to do in the next 2 months or so. And aside from that, there's going to be a lot of Lego Mario and some other things going on here. There's a new garden set which I think will look good next to the garden I did a couple months ago, so I'll be getting that set for sure. Not sure the time frame on that, but that'll probably be one of the special Saturday streams that I do. And aside from that, there's a new Avenger set I want. I want to keep building on my Marvel and Star Wars collections, and of course my Disney collection. Speed Champions, I'm skipping the Spring Wave because it's all Formula 1 cars. 10 cars that mostly look the same, or pretty much the same except for their color schemes. Apparently there's going to be a regular summer wave, so when that comes around we'll be hitting that wave, the summer wave for Speed Champions. But that's still quite a few months away. It's not even on my radar right now. So the Reznors do have scan tiles, and given that they're 2 separate builds, I just want to make sure. I just want to see that the tiles are in fact exactly the same. Yeah. Okay, there's no chance of putting on an incorrect tile because they are the same, but I'm glad I checked that. So this one will go on here like this. And then this little piece there. And then some more of the little wedges. so this section goes on like this. So this is what we got so far on the assembly. So Reznor, I don't remember them from the games, so this is going to be a new character for me entirely. Okay, which way are those facing? Okay, I see how those go on. Okay, so it goes onto here like this. Okay, nice compact little body structure going on here. But man, this creature looks tough. And now we're adding some horns to it, it looks like. It's got... So it looks like Reznor is a version of a cartoon version of a Triceratops creature. It's certainly got the horns for that. Okay. So here's the first Reznor. He's got an opening mouth. And he's got these tough looking horns. Kind of a little Triceratops thing going on. Okay, I can't get it to line up with the barcode. So let's break down the horns. So Reznor is going to be a 5-hit enemy. Let's see here. So now the instructions are doing something slightly different for the beginnings of the second Reznor here. So it'll be interesting to see how this one is different from the first overall. It's going to be like probably mostly the same build with a few subtle differences. Okay, this one has a jumper for the inside of the mouth. I think that's the big difference here. almost forgot this piece. Oh, the other big thing I'm planning for this month, at the end of the month, is there will be, once again, a Chinese New Year stream. In fact, tonight, I want to make sure the set arrives in time for that. So tonight, I'll be choosing which of the various sets to pick for this year's Chinese New Year. I'm going to go with one of the retired ones from years past, because I'm not too interested in the ones they did for this year. There's a cool dragon build. There's some festival celebration scenes. I do have options. So I'll make that decision after stream tonight while waiting for my video to process. And then you'll see that stream at the end of the month. I think it's on the 29th this year. I'll have to check the date, of course. Okay, here's what's different about this one. This Reznor is getting this orange ball attached to the jumper. I'm not sure what the orange ball is for just yet, but we'll find out as the rest of it comes together. Okay. We're not going to have Mario attack this Reznor, because we've learned that we've already learned with the first one that's a 5-hit kill, and they have exactly the same barcode. So there is no point in running the kill test again. Now we will fight the Reznors again at the end once we build up the whole scene, but for now, well, when this Reznor's done, we'll just carry on with the build. Is that gapping supposed to... I don't remember that gapping being there. Something's wrong here. There's gapping going on. those are on the bracket properly. Oh, I forgot the second layer of bracket. Right. That's why that gapping was going on. Now it fits perfectly. So it looks like the only difference with this, with the second Reznor, is that orange ball there. So we'll figure out what that is, I guess, when we finish putting them together. I do like the shaping of the Reznor creature. Okay, and here's another difference. It's got these trans orange 1x1 pyramid pieces inside that red mouth section. The other Reznor didn't have that. So that's two differences between the two. I guess we'll find out momentarily what that's supposed to represent. And now we just got to make the horns again. Okay, and his mouth doesn't actually close all the way like this one's does. Because the... Oh, I see what's going on in here. Let me finish the horns, and then we can see what's going on with the second Reznor, which is officially more awesome than the first one, who's still pretty cool. These creatures are definitely aggro, though. There's no doubt about it. Okay, so these are going to be spare bits, of course. And I'll just toss them aside. The second Reznor is more awesome than the first one, because if you open his mouth, he's got a... I think that's supposed to be a fireball brewing in there. I think that's meant to be a fireball. That's why he was a... That's why it wasn't a 2x build, even though they're mostly the same other than that. So let's go ahead and let them sit there, and we'll go ahead and get bag 2 open. Bag 2 looks like a yellow pipe and the Growl assembly. I don't think the yellow pipe is a start pipe for the level, but if there's a tile inside, we can certainly check it out. let's keep going. There's a lot to do with this set here, so we need to keep it going. There's an interesting printed tile here, but I have no idea what it's about yet. So yeah, we're building a little platform of some kind now, so this must be part of an action feature. And it looks like there's 2 copies of an action tile on this. Okay, so the icon on the tile is the Grohl character. So this, I'm assuming this is going to be his platform. That's what the tile looks like. There's one on each end of this assembly. It's not focusing, but that's what that tile looks like. This little platform we're making is now completely tiled and smooth on top. So yeah, definitely going to be some action going on here. So it shows this piece and this piece. And then it shows, no, a gray pin. The difference between the gray pins and the black pins, they look the same, except the gray pins have no friction and the black pins have friction. So depending on what you want your action feature or the strength of your framework to be, will determine whether you use the gray ones or the black ones. Oh, it's supposed to be attached, silly me. Like that. The picture was not the clearest there, but here on this step we do want the black ones. And then another gray one down here. Okay, so it shows the platform attaching onto the base like this. Okay, we're getting there. And then we just put these slope pieces in to secure the assembly to the base. And here's where we build the grole itself, it looks like. And the grole creature is directly attached to the platform, it looks like, so no separating it off for showing off at the end. We'll have to take the whole assembly if we want to show this guy off later. I think it shows two of the pins going in opposite. I'm trying to just make sense of these instructions real quick. We did that piece. So yeah. So now we have to take the printed tile and attach that. That's what grole looks like. He's a little creepy if you ask me, but interesting. He's got a cool look. And it says also we're supposed to put together this little stopper for him at the, I think that's meant to be a stopper. So he goes in like this, and then this goes on the end of his bar like this. Okay, so looks like it's meant to swing freely through the assembly. So you got grole on his little platform here, and you roll him, and you roll him again, and you keep rolling him. Alright, let's see if what these codes do. So if you manage to hit the Groll codes 3 times, you get a bunch of coins. Is, I think, how that works. Best I can figure out, at least. So there's Groll. And now we're going to build this yellow pipe. And here's a printed tile with a timer and some icon and some coins on it. Oh, I think I remember what this does. I saw this mentioned in a review. I think I remember what this pipe does. It changes the game mode. So instead of having a countdown timer and you have to get as many coins as possible and go to the flag, you have to get a certain number of coins in order to end the game. We'll go ahead and, well, we don't have a lot of interactions in front of me right now to try that out, but we'll take a look. And here's the tile for the coin mode. Start tile. And then it'll be time for bag 3, in which we begin the main bit of scenery. Let's go ahead and take off the spare bits. Okay. Why isn't he turning on? Is his battery dead? Oh, there he goes. Why is he showing? There we go. He was trying to go into update mode for some reason. I don't have the app installed for him to sync with, so I don't know where that came from. So, it says he needs 50 coins. So you don't, if you do an enemy repeated times, you don't get the full load of coins. You only get a couple coins. So the flag doesn't do anything in this mode. The exit flag. So it says it took me 84 seconds to collect 50 coins. That's a cool game feature. I may bag this pipe with my starter sets instead of with this set, honestly, because that's a really cool game mode. Well, let's set the pipe off. Let's set Groll off, and we'll begin building the scenery in bag 3. So, here's one more look at Groll until we're building up the scene as a whole at the end. And let's get bag 3 out and get started. Wow, that was close. Several pieces tried to yeet off the table, but none of them actually went off. It looks like bag 3 is very substantial in terms of piece count. Let's get started with this. Okay, okay, what's going on here? We can expose more of the space to the camera if I pull the table back like that. All right. Goes there, and then there should be a little tiny tile to go over there. We're a little less than an hour into stream. I'd say our progress so far tonight is pretty good, but not quite as fast as I was hoping for. But I'm not trying to rush tonight, and in fact, there is no set stop time that I have to stop because I don't have any plans tomorrow until the evening, so I can actually sleep in if I need to. We have 2 turntables that are gonna go on to, well, 2 turntable bases in this step. So yeah, definitely an action feature on this, going on this bit of scenery here. Oh, that's where that piece is. Okay. That goes like that. this goes here like this. And then there's a little bit of fence going on. Interesting. This set is giving off a little bit of a steampunk vibe from the picture. But like I said, I don't remember this particular level from the games. It's a pretty awesome setup though. And here we have another turntable base. And this one's going to get a gear, an assembly on a gear. Okay, and this one goes here. So we have a gear here. Still can't quite tell what the scenery is trying to be yet, but we'll figure it out as it develops. It's definitely a big, extensive scene, that's for sure. looks like we have a Technic assembly now. So it looks like we're building up part of the action feature. It's got these little rubber bits that we used last night in one of the sets. Interesting. Okay, okay, so it has this resting on top of this like this, and then the gray stopper, it looks like goes through the middle one and into the like that. Interesting. And then this whole assembly gets the green axle hole brick and attaches here next to the gear. Okay. So we just put in a Technic assembly that slots into the gear here. And as you turn the gear, it clicks that assembly. Interesting. I still have no idea what it's meant to do. We'll have to keep building to find that out. We just passed the 1 hour mark of stream. It's irrelevant tonight. I don't have a time limit tonight, but I do like to keep metrics. So now we're going to cover over that mechanism. Okay, so now with the that little assembly hidden, all that does right now is it just creates friction on this gear. But with that assembly covered, it means that that assembly isn't directly responsible for any of the action, except for making sure that this gear is tough to turn and has a lot of friction on it. So it'll be interesting to see how this builds up here, the assembly that goes on top of this gear section. And then it looks like we're going to make 2 more gears that are going to lock into that gear on those turntables in the middle of the base. I do see another one of these gear bases in my parts pile, so we're not done doing mechanism for this bag yet. But with these gears on, so you turn these and it clicks that far gear. As you turn these, that far gear at the end clicks. Alright, let's keep going. Let's see what we're building up here. Did I space that properly? Here's hoping I spaced that properly. These go into the middle of the gears here and lead up to there. Alright, so now we're building over the gears, but the gears themselves still spin. Where it looks like we're basically locking down the mechanism and disguising it as terrain. So let's keep with this build. Oh, this is cool. We're completely enclosing the mechanism now, which means the inner workings are no longer visible at all. Well, actually, maybe you can still see it a little bit through the fence, it looks like, the fence piece, but you can't see the little clicker bit that controls the friction. We've pretty much enclosed the mechanism now. You can, if you look through that little fence piece, you can still see the big round brick on top of that central gear there. That's all that's remaining visible of the mechanism there. And this little assembly has a tile. And this is an interesting looking tile. The symbol looks like it's that Ferris wheel assembly that we're going to get in a later bag on the tower. So this must be how Mario spins that. So I guess we're putting the tower onto this main central gear that we just locked up. Maybe. Or maybe that's not where the actual Ferris wheel is, because if that's the code, that's where Mario's going to stand. So that's actually not where the action feature is, but where the trigger is. I can't get that code to do anything. Yet, at least. I hope it's not a broken tile. Alright, so let's keep going with the terrain builds then. here we have another gear that we're setting up. This one goes right here. And now if you spin this, it turns that gear at the end. Interesting. Don't know what it does yet, but we'll find out soon. Not too many pieces left in this bag. But actually, oh. I think we do need to take a quick little pee break when I finish this bag. So it looks like we're also covering over the second gear area here. So the gears themselves aren't going to be terribly exposed. I think it's cool how they polished over where the gears are so that you don't see the whole inside mechanism. It's cool when Lego has action features, but they hide them inside, and and they just work without you actually seeing how it works. I mean, if you built it, you know how it works because you saw the build go together, but I just think it's cool when they give it a more polished look by enclosing the mechanisms inside. This is a pretty substantial scenery base here. Okay, that's cool. Okay, so here's the scenery base so far. When you turn this platform with the barcode, it turns the tower at the end. There's a lot of friction there. It's ratcheted. You can hear that clicking. And if I go close up, you can see that tower at the other end spinning like that. We still don't know what it's for. We'll find all that out in the next bag. The next bag is going to be the beginnings of the tower as well as Toad. But let's go ahead and take a very quick pee break first. Yeah, Grohl. You can look at Grohl for a little bit till I return. So here's what we've built so far. We're about halfway into the set's instructions at this point. We just have to build the rest of the big Reznor tower. So let's take a quick pee break. And I will see you in a few minutes. Very quick break there. Um, let's go. Let's go ahead and clear the stage for bag 4. Excuse me a moment. Just try and get a little better organized around here. All right. Okay, we got bag 4 open. Let's proceed with the build. Yeah, sorry about that break. I try not to break in the middle of sets. With big sets, you kind of have to sometimes, but it wasn't really an optimal point in the build to take a break, seeing as we were still in the middle of building scenery. But sometimes you just gotta do what you have to do. I If we finish this build at 3 hours or under, I'm almost certainly going to move on to the other set I have planned for today. Even if we go a little over 3 hours, like I said, I don't have a set stopping point for tonight. I don't have a hard stop. Interesting. So it looks like we're building up right now, shaping and detailing for the main central tower structure. I'm definitely going to need a bigger bag than I usually use for storing this set, I think. Did I turn my... I forgot to turn the instructions back on again. I'm sorry. And did I turn my audio back on? Let me check. Did I turn my audio back? Alright, we're good to go. Sorry about that. That's the third time in 2 streams that I forgot to turn the instructions back on. Hey, at least I'm consistent, right? Okay, so now we have to build up the rest of the central spinning portion of the tower. Okay, this is the section that we're about to put inside the tower here. Just line it up so it attaches to the rest of the tower. And then this whole thing spins. Look at the top there. You can see, let me see if I can get this on camera. You can look at the top of the tower there, and you can see it spinning as I turn Mario's platform down here. Alright, that's pretty cool, but I still don't know what this all is meant to do and how this all is supposed to work. So we need to keep building. We're watching as the mechanism comes together bit by bit, but we still don't know. I still don't know what exactly it's supposed to actually do. Very nice tower assembly with a lot of pieces, though, that's for sure. And here's one of the smaller gear pieces with an axle through it. Okay, so we're adding another section of the mechanism. So we turn that. Now if we turn that little tiny gear that we just put on top, when we turn Mario's platform, that little gear turns as well. So yeah, the mechanism is definitely developing. It looks like we're just putting on some surface detailing right now. And it's assembly time. Based on the shaping, it looks like another segment of the tower. Okay, this is going like this. Is that the correct color? I'm not sure that's the correct color. It's distinctly different from that. No, I'm using the incorrect piece here. This is the one I need. It looks like another piece of the mechanism is going to go onto this section of the tower right here in this little sub-assembly. Alright, so there's this other gear that goes in here like this. It'd be interesting to see what this setup is for here. It has us push the pin forward so it sticks out the other end instead, like this. It looks like I forgot a piece here. I'll fix that in a moment. Yeah, no biggie. Okay, so we're gonna keep, so yeah, this, we've completely covered over that gear now. Which means I hope it's flush when it comes time to line up this gear with the other gear. There is another tile here. This one just has... Let me attach it. I feel like I'm losing my grip. This one just has an exclamation mark on it. No idea what this tile does. Okay, this whole tower section, this is the assembly we just built. There's a gear inside. If I hold it this way, you can just see the gear in there. And this whole section that we just built attaches to the top of the tower. And hopefully I got the gear. Hopefully I can line this up correctly. Yeah. Okay, I lined that up correctly. Now, if we take a look at the axle at the top of the tower, we can't get close enough for it to the camera, I don't think. But look, if I turn Mario's platform down here, you can see the axle at the top of the tower turning. Alright, so the mechanism continues to grow. Let's keep going with these instructions now, because it looks like there's some more detailing and finishing to be done here around the tower. I was doing so well with not eating pieces off the table, and then I just bumped one. At least it's a fairly big piece, so I can see where it fell. I caught that one. And now just doing some little plant work growing along the back of the tower here. A little bit of visual interest to break up the plain gray, I guess. Obviously it's turned away from the camera and you can't see what I'm doing back here because I need to be able to see what I'm doing. This one goes here. And then we have this little platform that goes at the top here. Let's see if we can try to puzzle together what's going on here. Okay, so I think that's where Toad, prisoner of the Reznors, is meant to stand. And after you defeat the Reznors, you break Toad out by jumping on that tile, and you get rewarded for the rescue. That's my best guess for what that tile does. But as the set continues to develop, we'll have a better idea of what everything does here. Toad himself doesn't have an interaction tile on the actual figure, so I would have to assume that's what that block is for. And this Toad, of course, being the prisoner of the Reznors, has a scared expression. There's Toad. This is my 5th Toad, but only my first one in blue. I have 2 reds and 2 yellows in my collection. This is my first blue Toad. We'll put him down here with Mario until it's time, until he's ready for what. I think I forgot a piece somewhere. There was supposed to be a stopper on that gear in the middle of the tower. Shoot. Can I go back and fix that, or is it... The gear's lined up properly. It's not that big a deal. It's a fully internal piece, and I won't be able to get to it without completely breaking this thing down, so let's just go on. So it looks like bag 5 is going to be the mechanism for the top of the tower here. Excuse me one moment. All right. Let's get bag 5 open. As for characters, we're done with all of this set's character builds now. Bag 5 is starting with an assembly, so I'm just going to take our big tower base off for a little bit so that we can focus on the assembly. I have no idea how I'm going to pack this one for storage in my Lego bin. I'll figure out how to effectively modularly break it down like I do with most of my sets, but it might take some creative puzzle solving for this one. Okay, so we have a second platform on top of the first one. Interesting. This assembly is already doing interesting things. It probably connects in with that other big assembly we got going on with the tower over there. We have a 4 times build now. So it says to build 4 of these things. So here's the first one. There's 3. And that just used up a big chunk of the parts that are from this pile of parts. And now we take these, it shows them attaching onto this section like this. Okay. And then this section spins against the base. Put this tile on the wrong bit. So if that tile's there, and those tiles are there, then this tile goes here, and then I'm sure these tiles are just texture bits and it doesn't really matter exactly if they line up, but good enough. I think we're ready to move on. No, we are not. It shows the ones on this side being down 1. Yeah, these tiles are almost certainly just texturing bits. Anyway. And now it shows this going on the rest of the tower. So let's bring our tower back. And it shows it going on like this. So now we have this big wheel on the top of the tower. And now you can actually see it spinning without me having to zoom in the camera. I'm not sure if it matters which way you spin it or not. That's what those studs are for making a nice little angled look. Did I not put those two studs in the correct places? No, I did, but I have this now I should be able to do the thing. There we go. Oh cool, so it has us put these wood planks on for kind of an uneven textured look like that. You see that little textured bit on the front? How it looks uneven? That's a pretty cool detail there. And now we have another assembly, but this thing's getting heavy and I don't want to keep moving it. And here's another platform which also has the same print, the same barcode with the same symbol on it. So this is probably another bit of the mechanism. Did I put the stopper in the right way? No. It's supposed to hang like this. Okay. So we have here this hanging platform which has that symbol. And it shows it hanging from this one like this. And here it shows we're supposed to make two more platforms. this time in whatever variety this is doing. Same deal like we always do with 2x. I make I do the whole page and then do the whole page again, and then I turn the page and continue on until the units are complete. But bag 5 doesn't have a lot of substance left in this parts pile. We'll be moving on to bag 6 pretty soon. And with these platforms being added onto the big wheel now, we'll finally be able to start to see what this set does. The main action feature for this level level pack. I didn't have the bottom bit all the way secured. There. Now the tower's a little more secure, but let's actually move this. Let's shift this a little bit. It doesn't appear to be on a secure position. It's good enough, I think. Let's keep going with these hanging platforms. And we got one hanging here on this side, and then we're gonna have one on this side. And then we have one more platform here. And this one looks like a different assembly for the platform as well. And this one actually has a mystery block print on it. Okay. So these four little platforms hang from the wheel, and clearly they represent level objectives. Okay, why isn't this lining up properly? Why aren't the pins going in? Okay, well that's one way to get them to line up. Excuse me a moment, I'm having issues getting the pins to line up in here for some reason. Okay, I think I see what the issue is here. I forgot a layer. That's why the pins weren't lining up. Which means these two tiles also have to come off for everything to be lined up correctly. Okay. I think we got to the root of the issue. So that goes on like that. And now we can put the rest of the stuff on. And now it should go into the piece correctly. Yep, no issue there. And looks like we're making a bit for the inside of the block here. Okay, interesting. So the mystery block tile goes in like that, but there's this other pin that goes through the side to hold that in place. And that actually lowers it. That pin causes the mystery block tile to hang low so that Mario can't actually scan it while standing on top of the block unless something pushes it up from underneath. Like that. And there's the mystery block print on the front of it. And this will go up here on the remaining arm of the wheel like that. And now, when we turn it, so when you turn the wheel, you can see the blocks hanging freely. But there is limitations to how far the wheel can turn in either direction, which is interesting. Let me just reset. So this is about where we are in the picture. Okay, so now it's time for bag 6. And bag 6 looks like a separate bit of scenery, so I'm going to take the tower off screen again to make room. We're just over the 2-hour mark of stream. We have about 40 pages of instructions left for this first set. For now, I'm still going strong, but given that the other set is also that I want to do tonight is a fairly large one, we'll probably call it after that. It's already almost 10 o'clock here. Like I said, I don't really have a hard stop. But I do need to go to sleep at some point. It looks like we've finished building the main feature of this set, and the rest of this is just some more scenery and level dressing, so shouldn't be too much longer on this set. This particular bag doesn't look like it has a very large parts pile. And bag 7 is also looking pretty slim. So we've done the bulk of the set here. Since Mario gets to play with this set, we'll switch to Luigi for the other set. I like to give all of my characters a chance to play when possible, but with only 2 sets, well, one of the streams I'm planning is a stream that has sets that are thematically related to Peach, so she'll get that whole stream, and there's 2 fairly substantial sets in that stream we'll be doing sometime soon. But with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've still got, after tonight, between the build queue and the buy queue, we've still got about 40-ish Mario sets to build. We've done so many of them together already. So many iconic ones, and so many still left to go. So yeah, I'm gunning for a complete set of the Lego Mario collection. So we'll be doing these on the channel for a while. 2 and 3 at a time, mainly, I think. Did I do that? Yeah, I did that correctly. Okay. I have no idea what this little bit we're building now is going to be. But but I guess we'll find out when it as it comes together. Okay. That secures that. But it says to do another layer. So now we have to do this bit here. Okay, I really wonder what we're building up here, because I don't recognize this. Okay, so it looks like it's supposed to slide in like this. And we have this platform with another tile. And the symbol looks like some kind of spiky ram bit, maybe? And that goes over top like this. But just keep going with the build, and eventually we'll figure out what this is meant to be. Lots of blue at the base of this assembly, which implies that this bit of the scene is meant to be over water. Okay, we're gonna keep going. So it has it going on to this pin. And then it shows this going on to this pin. And this one goes onto this pin. So we're basically building up another mechanism right now, and I have no idea what this one is going to do yet. But we're just lining up a whole bunch of Technic connections right now in these pins. And you can see as we move this one, these other ones flex around. Clearly not all the attachments are in place yet. Okay, it's coming together. I still haven't figured out what this is going to be, but it's coming together. And now we use this little bit to link up these two bits in a more precise, controlled manner, it looks like. So yeah, now those two bits will move together. very few pieces left for this bag. So pretty soon we'll figure out what this whole assembly is meant to be. Okay, so this piece is going to get some of these spiky bits. These spiky bits are a recurring motif across the Lego Mario theme. We see them we saw them in the airship set, Desert Pokey, Bowser has them. These little 1x1 pyramid pieces that are pokey on the fingers. And actually, putting these on makes this little piece look like the little icon on the scanning tile. So how exactly does this attach? Oh, it attaches to the pins up here. So let me just get around to the pins so I can line them up. And then these bits will be spare. And then so we have kind of a okay, is there a missing connection on here somehow? When you push that forward, it lines up, but I'm pretty sure I missed a pin somewhere. Hold on. Yeah, I missed a pin. Let's see if I can fix this real quick. That's why the mechanism wasn't working. Let's see if I can do an on-the-fly fix real quick without having to break the whole thing apart. There we go. Okay, so when you pull back on the platform, this little spiky bit moves forward like this. Okay, so it gives you coins if you smash something. That's how that works. We got there. We fixed the issue with the broken mechanism. We fixed it. We made it work. This may be much smaller, but it's almost as cool as the tower. This one's elegant in its simplicity. Anyway, let's set that aside and move on to bag 7. There's about 20 pages of instructions left for bag 7. So we'll be done with this pretty soon. And then we'll set the scene and perhaps prepare for another set. I did say we were doing a second one tonight. Okay. I am a bit behind the length of time I thought it would take me to build this one, but I did slow down a couple times, so oh, I forgot a whole step again. Hold on 1 second. A piece just yeeted off my table. Alright, sorry, I ran out of things to talk about again. Plus, right now I'm just focused on trying to get through this last bag quickly so we can get into the other set. We just passed 10 o'clock here and the 2.5 hour mark of stream. So this could be my record low for a 900 piece set, or 850-ish. Well, it's not my record, but it's pretty close to, I think. Oh, there's a second layer here of plates before we attach that other bit. Okay, so there's this little lever here that pushes up this ball here. We'll have to see what that does in a few moments. Oh, a little bomb. Kind of like the ones that come in the back of Bowser's car. Okay. So we're not sure what this does because we're about to go into the instructions for attaching everything together. So first the instructions show to bring the tower back down and build 2 more of the little bombs and put them next to Toad. Maybe they're just meant to be flames, like little candles or torches. So these will go up here, and then it shows Toad sitting or standing scared at the top of the tower like this behind the grating block, and he just attaches with a single stud. So yeah, it's probably very easy to knock him over and make him fall. And then it shows this section clipping onto the end there. Okay. And then it shows this other section attaching to the end, this end like that. And then over here we have to make a little bit of an assembly for some scenery here and on another platform. Let's finish the platform before I actually attach it. And then we get our little timer pipe or our game mode pipe like that. And here it's showing us another assembly. So yeah, we're not done building this level, it looks like. We still have to do this assembly here, which has even more terrain on it. It looks like this is a bunch of water detail here. Okay. We're getting there. We're just building up the last little bits of scenery here according to the way the instructions want them to be done. The scene as a whole barely fits on my... I mean, we still have to add Grawl to all this as well. And then we get to add 2 little flowers. So this one goes here. And then this whole assembly. Okay. This whole section. Let's see, the bomb in the back toward the tower. Attaches on like this, and the set is now slightly longer than my table. And here we have black side in like that, and then we have Brawl here at the end of the level like this. And then the two Reznors hang on the black and red platforms, attaching by one. It looks like there's a one stud connection to secure them. So they go onto the tower like this. And this I am facing away from me. So all the characters are in place. Let's turn the instructions off. And let's see if we can figure out how this level works. We know what the yellow pipe does, so we'll skip that little bit for now. But we'll come over here. So yeah, that's how you get roll. Now if you come here to the ramp. Okay, so what you need to do is you need to spin the wheel until the Reznors are in range of the battering ram, and then Mario can come over here and knock Reznor off and get his coins. When Reznor's defeated, you can open up his horns and get his coins. So now, Mario's going to spin the wheel some more. Get the other Reznor into fighting range. So, Mario's knocked out the two Reznors. Now, he can spin the platform again. And jump onto the mystery block. But wait, he needs a friend. He needs a friend. Okay, so that's what this is meant to do. So you see, if you'll hold, if you have the mystery block over this little device here, this pops up the scan code. So this pops up the scan code, but you need a second character playing with Mario in order to make it actually work, because Mario can't jump on this platform and race the mystery block scanner if he's standing over the scanner trying to scan it. So you would have a second figure. You would have Mario or one of the other characters standing on like this. You would have a second figure playing with a friend who comes over here and jumps on this little platform to raise the mystery block. So yeah, so you need 2 players for that interaction. We saw how this turns the wheel. And now if we bring down the last platform, Mario can get on this platform. And then Luigi can come and turn the wheel and raise Mario up. Carefully, because if Mario falls, he'll get stunned. And once Mario gets to the top, he can jump off the platform and rescue Toad. And then Toad comes down and he's rescued, and they all live happily ever after until the next Mario set gets built and there's more enemies to face. So yeah, this is a big, extensive scene here. One of the biggest. Still not quite as big as the Diddy Kong minecart. That set I couldn't really fit on the table. This one I can kind of fake it. Let me break this down and put it aside so that we can move on to the that's pretty cool though. The mystery block that requires 2 players to activate, the rescue Toad feature up here, how this whole wheel works with the tower inside, the game mode with the counting coins. Lots of pretty cool stuff in this. So let me go ahead and put the tower aside. And you know what, since Grohl's a character, he can stay with the other characters in the offloaded area. So the Reznor set was pretty cool. Lots of action features and play for such a big set. We'll leave Luigi out for a little while as we move into this next set. I've got here the Fliprus Snow Adventure. Let me pull up my instructions for that and we'll get right into it. We're just under the 3-hour mark of stream. I anticipate this being about a 2-hour set. So we'll probably call stream after this, honestly. So we're doing Fliprus Snow Adventure. The big pink guy is Fliprus. He's a walrus creature. That's all I know about him. I don't remember him from the games. We also have Baby Penguin, who I've seen before in another set I've done. We have a Koopa Troopa. This will be my first basic Koopa Troopa because we have the dry bones skeletal variant. We have the giant Koopa Troopa and we have a Koopa Troopa Paratroopa. But this will be my first basic Koopa Troopa. And then something called a Freezy. So those are the characters who we'll be meeting in this set. There's the front of the box. And then here's the back of the box. This one does have the standard push tabs. So let's go ahead and get into this. This looks like another 7-bag set. Here's our quick start guide. And I'll pull up the instructions and get things started here. So let's go ahead and get this going. Let's get organized over here. All right, let's get organized. So there's the separator. So this set also has a separator. We have one from the other set, so I'll just set this one aside. So it looks like 7 numbered bags in all. It looks like 1 gives us the Koopa Troopa, 2 gives us the baby penguin and some scenery, 3 gives us the Freezy and some more scenery, bag 4 gives us some more of that bit of scenery, 5 and 6 give us Fliprus and his boss platform, and then 7 is a bunch of finishing details. So let's get these bags organized here. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. In bag 1, it looks like it's just our tool and our Koopa Troopa. So let's get right into it. And this tool, I'm just going to set aside since we already have one out tonight. And I think we're going to end stream after this set because this set will take us a while. And by the time we finish this set, we'll be at about the 5-hour mark, if not further. So Koopa Troopa is one of the more basic Mario enemies. I think the standard Koopa Troopa is a 1-hitter, maybe a 2-hitter. The Goombas are 1-hitters. I know that for sure. We've seen so many Goombas. There's no Goombas tonight. But then again, we're only doing 2 sets tonight, so... Okay. He's pretty much together. We just have to put on his shell and his jump tile that goes on the back of the shell like that. So there's Koopa Troopa's jump tile, and there he is together, our first figure of this set. So Koopa Troop, the basic Koopa Troopa, is a 2-hit kill enemy. Let's move on to bag 2. So bag 2 looks like a bit of scenery for baby penguin. So here's the baby penguin interaction tile. I'm going to wait till we actually have baby penguin on the platform before we test it out. And here we have one of those molded rock face pieces, but in this trans light blue color, it makes a really cool ice effect. This is my third set that uses icy colored pieces like that. But the other 2 sets are much smaller. And let's do this assembly here. And then we have this big piece with this icy texture. Which will go here like that. And now we're gonna build up baby penguin. So there's baby penguin. And he goes onto his little platform like this. And this is the start of another platform, so let's get Luigi real quick. That's cute. So, baby penguin is a friendly. I want to see how... Let's just bring in Peach for a quick moment here. Because I like how Peach does the friendlies. I can't really get it on camera, but there's a cute little animation of baby penguin on the character's video screens when you interact with that tile. It's a small little bit of scenery, so I'll just take him off and put him with the other characters for now. And that way I can set the scenery off to the side as we focus on this next bit of scenery. Okay, here's a little bit of snow and rock to go with the ice. Incidentally, we're supposed to have a big snowstorm tomorrow, so this set is thematically appropriate for tonight. This block of terrain is coming together very nicely as well. And Mario does recognize, the figures do recognize the light blue color as snow and ice terrain. This is one of the specialized terrain colors that the figures have. This is a nice big patch of ice, snow, and frozen ocean here. Let me see something real quick. Yeah, it's supposed to be like that. Okay. All right. And that says to go into bag 3. And we will take this, so we made this little scenic platform as well. We'll set that aside. So bag 3 is going to start with the freezy. Excuse me a moment. Did that correctly, okay. There's some more of these icy transparent pieces in here, which is pretty awesome. It's not a color I get a lot of in Lego. It's supposed to be, there it is. Excuse me a moment. That piece was in my hand and decided to just launch right out of my fingers. Which is a relatively frequent occurrence on this channel. Yeah, so that's the freezy tile. That's the jump tile. So now if I turn them around, we get the printed face tile. And it's on that shield-shaped tile piece that I like. So the freezy is almost done, and then we can see how his jump tile goes. So here's the freezy. Interesting. I can't tell if that's coming up, but when he tries to jump on the freezy, he becomes frozen. You can't actually kill the freezy by jumping on the jump tile under normal circumstances. But here it looks like a little assembly for what we've seen before in red as a fruit in some other sets. So maybe this is a special ice plant that will allow... It does have a fruit icon on it. Does this little fruit allow for defeating of the freezy? Let's find out. So, Luigi just collected an ice berry. So the ice berry does not allow him to jump on the freezy. I do not yet know what the ice berry does, but maybe we'll find out later as we keep building the set. So let's just keep going now because we have no idea yet what that does. Okay. Sorry, I think tomorrow we're going to take a stream break because I've been streaming so much. If I do stream tomorrow, it's not going to be Lego. I need to take a little Lego break. I do have a build queue that I need to use up before I can get more, but I also don't want to build too fast. I want to make them last. Okay, so this one looks like it's going to have some action feature bits in it. shows it lining up onto here like this. Let's make sure it's securely attached. So it goes back and forth like that. I don't know what it's meant to do yet. We have to keep building. But there's some more technique going on here, so I'd assume that's part of the feature. This all goes together like this. And then this goes on top of here like this. But before I put it there, this needs to be outside. Okay, so when you push this piece in, it raises that Technic assembly up like that. We still don't know what that's used for, though. We need to keep building. One of the cool things about these Lego Mario sets is watching the action features as they get assembled and trying to figure out what they do. And we have some more of these ice bits here to close up the sides of the structure here. We have two more of these on the sides. And then we also have two of these slope bricks in the ice color. Oh yeah. Seeing how cool this ice color looks, I'm wanting to get some of the Disney Frozen sets now. There's currently out a version of there's been a couple versions of Elsa's Ice Palace over the years. I should definitely find one of the smaller ones to add to my collection. But yeah, this little ice fortress thing is coming together nicely. I'm losing steam, and we're only about halfway. Well, we're not even halfway through the set yet, so we're definitely going to call it after the set. It's only about 11 o'clock, but I am starting to fade. I can keep it together long enough to finish this set. I don't, but then I'm gonna have to call stream. We're not gonna do a surprise bonus third set tonight. But hey, by the time we finish this set, we'll be pushing 5 hours. So, yeah, let's enjoy the last hour, hour and a half of this build, and then we can call it a night and wait for the real snow that's supposed to come in the morning. You can see our little snow fortress is coming together. Okay. So this set has a turntable that's going onto this snow platform. There's that turntable piece. So yeah, definitely going to be used for some kind of action feature coming up. Okay, how does this all line up? Okay, so this goes onto the tower. Okay, so that's alright, so we've just added that little section onto the tower. The little Technic assembly mechanism inside is completely enclosed now. So it's time for bag 4. So let me get these bits off out of the way. Bag 4, it looks like, is going to be the rest of this tower assembly. But it's starting with a assembly, so I'm going to take bag 4, the assembly set aside for a bit. I just saw a piece go off the table. Let me see if I can find it real quick before we continue. We're at exactly 3.5 hours now. And we're about a third of the way through the page count of this set. Okay, so we're going to keep going. I think this is a, we're definitely not done with the tower assembly. We still have an exposed turntable base. So this is probably part of the whole mechanism system. We still don't know how that whole mechanism even works at this point, so we don't know what it's meant to do yet. I'm also starting to get a little hungry. I ate before I started stream, but that was hours ago at this point. So yeah, there will definitely be an after stream snack. I'm going to try and power through without a bio break, if I can. Okay. Let's see. What to talk about? Yeah, I'm really looking forward to see what the play feature on this little tower does. Ta Okay, it looks like right now, oh, I see what's going on here. This is that little snowman looking thing from the front of the box. That's what we're putting together here. Did I forget pieces? I don't think I forgot pieces. Is that supposed to be sticking up above, maybe? Yeah, that's how it goes. Okay. I wasn't lining it up correctly. That's why I didn't look. That's why it wasn't going. Now we can bring this structure back. And yeah, this section goes on top of the turntable. And it only has a slight range of motion, about that far. Let's see if we can figure out now what this action feature is going to be. And then we have another assembly, so let me just put that aside into the corner, and we will continue on. So yeah, we've got 3 different motion bits on the tower so far. none of which is distinctly obvious what they're meant to do yet. So let's just keep building the rest of it. I think this piece right here, the section we're building up now, given that there's very few pieces left in this bag, and the next bag starts the main Fliprus scene, I think this piece that we're building now is going to be what makes the action feature in this little tower work. So let's finish getting this built up so we can see what it does. And somehow we gotta find a way to defeat the Freezy, because trying to jump on him freezes the hero character. There's lots of scenery bits in the set already, and we haven't even started the main one yet, so. Like the other set we did tonight, this one definitely has some presence and substance, and will do so once we build up everything at the end. I do like the hanging icicle bits that they have going on the front of this tower. So it shows this sliding in here and lining up with something somehow. Okay, so it goes in here like this, and then, which allows for this long bit with the long pin with the stopper to be pushed in back here and connect everything together like that. Says I lined it up correctly, but that still isn't connected to the rest of the action feature, the action bits on here. I guess we got to keep building and figure out how this thing is meant to actually be triggered. Those pins in the wrong bits, obviously. So it shows the slot going this way. So the pins want to be in like this. And then it shows another layer. This comes in here like this and slots into those pins like that. And then we get a tile. And then this piece of the spacer bit here and then we get another one of these assemblies here. that goes on here like this, and then this face. So that whole little Technic assembly gets this little face on the front, and that face does not look happy. Little cartoon face. I may have to do with the snowman assembly we got going on here. And this it shows okay. So yeah, if you interesting. So you can set the face on here, but it's not connected by studs or anything. And when you move the snowman's arm, it knocks the arm into a crooked position, and the head rolls down into this notch here. It doesn't go flying though, it doesn't go falling off. So yeah, we still don't know what the action features down below do, but at least we know that the snowman itself is an action figure. And this is another whole scenic assembly here, so maybe we won't find out what this does until the end when we put the whole model together. Since this is a separate assembly, I'm going to set it aside, and we'll go ahead and begin the Bag 5 assembly. So this will be Fliprus's boss platform, it looks like. I think in terms of the Ice World sets, we did 2 of the smaller ones, but I think there's only one more Frozen Ice themed set in the Mario line. 1, maybe 2. I'll have to check my list of what I haven't built yet. I'm cramping up a bit. I may need to get up and stretch. But that does not mean a break. That just means get up and stretch. Alright, looks like we have some more Technic assembly going on here. Which means some more action feature. We're coming up on the 4-hour mark, as well as the halfway point of this instruction book. So this platform goes up and down a little bit. Not a big range of motion, but clearly it's meant to do something. So we'll have to keep building and find out what that something is. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we may not be doing a third set tonight, but that's okay because we've done a lot of Lego the last 4 nights. And we've done 2 really big sets today, so. Okay, so we're continuing the tile track. Tile track usually means action feature as well. So this is a long platform that we're building here. Okay, why isn't that flush? That's, oh, because I put that in the wrong place. It's supposed to be over here. Okay. Here's another one of those Technic rubbery bits. That creates friction in the action features. So we have to wait and see, I guess, what it's going to do in a little bit. Okay. Okay, so we're doing, it looks like, the surface details for this platform. Still not sure what the motion is. Uh, So, looks like this is the end of bag 5. We've got a platform which has some obvious action bits, but not enough to actually trigger itself. So, we have to wait and see what bag 6 brings, I guess. And bag 6 is going to start with an assembly, so hold on. I forgot to attach this section. I'm getting ahead of myself, obviously. So bag 6 is starting a new assembly, so I'm going to take this platform and set it aside until the instructions call for it again. And I just knocked the, there it is. I'll just set that here. It's going to keep falling off if I leave it as is, I think. So bag 6, based on all the pink pieces I see in bag 6, bag 6 is going to be the main boss of this set, the Fliprus creature. let's get going with this bag now. And let's set these little ice shell bits off to the side. So there's a bit of Technic pieces in this bag, so it'll be interesting to see. I think this will complete the mechanism that we saw forming on that last platform. It looks like we're building Fliprus directly onto the action feature, so he may not be separatable. We may have to take his whole platform for the end shot. We'll do the same thing we did last time when we did multiple sets, and we'll just pull out all the characters at the end for the closing shot. About 30 pages left in this instruction book, and bag 7 doesn't have too much substance in it, so we won't be here too much longer tonight. I think moving forward for the rest of the Mario sets, we'll do 2 or 3 at a time. And we'll maybe thematically link them. And the 2 sets tonight weren't really thematically linked. That's not the correct piece. It's really cool seeing these brick-built characters come together. Okay. So his walrus teeth, that's what we're putting, that's what this little step is doing here. Those are the fangs that were just put on. So it looks like we're building up his body shapes right now. We're building him sideways. He probably attaches to something and doesn't stand on his own. And now we're adding some Technic to his structure. It looks like Technic that's attached to him, but not part of him. So yeah, he is attached to the action features of his platform, it looks like. I don't know why the pin's not going in. Alright, there we go. So here's what we got of Fliprus so far. He still looks a bit incomplete, but he's beginning to look cool. And he's chunky as far as enemy builds go in this Mario collection. So, excuse me a moment, I'm going to mute the microphone, but keep going. Alright, I'm back. As you can see, I kept the build going for a little bit. Alright, I'm back. And yeah, I just checked to make sure that I actually turned my audio back on. And I did, so we're good to go and finish the rest of this build now. It'd be interesting to see how Fliprus and that other platform come together. And we still don't know what the action feature on that other tower with the snowman does. We still haven't figured that out entirely either. So we still have quite a bit of things left to discover with how this set goes. But yeah, we have 4 different scenery bits on this set. It's going to be a big one once we get all the scenery put together. Okay, here's the interaction tile for Fliprus, it looks like. There's the tile. Okay, so this attaches. How? This attaches to the back of Fliprus, lining up with that initial plate like this. Okay, so there's the back of his body, the blue and white. I didn't realize this, but the blue and white striped section is actually part of his body. That's his back. And now we make his fins, it looks like. And we're almost done with bag 6, which means we're about to go into the final bag of the evening. I like the way this guy looks. He is attached to the Technic bit, but actually he doesn't stand, but actually if you fold the Technic bit under him like that, he can actually sit on it, and he kind of sits almost upright. I may take advantage of that when we do the exit posing, so I don't, if it doesn't, if it's not too terribly attached to his base, if it comes off easily. You can also take him off from that end, but then he has a slight lean. So yeah, I think there is options for displaying Fliprus without his terrain, if his terrain is too committed to the level setup. But there we go. Here's Fliprus. He's got his fins now, and he's got his whole backside. And here it shows us getting this bit back on. And then he sits here. And it shows, how exactly does it line up? So that there's the hole there. Does it go in? How exactly is it meant to line up? I'm not seeing. The rest of him sits on top like this. So I'm trying to figure out how exactly it lines up. But for now, we can put this little spacer there, and that should hold him in place while I figure this out. So yeah, he's not really removable from his little terrain bit. Oh, I see how it goes in. So yeah, he's not actually removable from the base. But if we can get this other pin to go in, then he'll be securely connected. So I guess Mario stands here, and this makes Fliprus flop up and down like this. I'm not really sure what's going on. Hopefully the instructions will give us some insight on how this actually works, how you're meant to fight him. But given his size and the fact he's got a whole platform, clearly he's meant to be a boss. And he has these big ice balls, one of which sitting on his tail and the other one sitting behind it. Oh, is that ammo? So when Luigi comes here and tries to fight Fliprus, Fliprus tries to attack with his snowballs, but obviously that didn't really work really well because they just rolled off the table there. If you hit it just right at the correct angle with the correct strength, you can make it go pretty straight. So yeah, Fliprus likes to do snowball fight. Let's go ahead and let's set these here and go into, we'll have to take the whole assembly off. I think, yeah, he's pretty firmly attached in there. There's no way he's coming off to be a separately posed character. Let's set that whole assembly aside so we can move on to the bits in bag 7. So this is our final bag of the night here. We have about 30 remaining pages of instructions. We have a couple of small assemblies here, and then the instructions for assembling the set as a whole. And then maybe we can figure out how these action features are supposed to work. So we're making another icy and snowy platform here. And this platform is just a small one. And this platform So this looks like it's a standard Mario jump sequence, the way they're lined up. We'll set these three aside and work on this platform now. There's another tile here. This one, I can't even tell what the picture is. Let's go ahead and put this platform together. We've already got, this is going to be like the 5th significantly sized scenery bit in the set, so pretty substantial set overall. Let me just see, a piece yeeted off the table, so let me pull one of those out in case it comes up in the instructions later. Tonight was fun. I'd say it's not quite as epic as doing 9 sets in one night, but today we did 2 really epic big sets. So, in a way, that's just as awesome. We probably did a higher piece count tonight than the total of last night, if you think about it. I haven't done the math. I might go back and do that later. Probably a waste of time to do the math. It's not really relevant to anything, but I like these big, long builds like this with substance. We've really built on our Lego Mario world this weekend. Ow. Sorry. Are we building a campfire right now? Based on the shaping and coloration, I think that's what we're doing here. I think we're doing a little campfire. That's awesome attention to detail, even if it has no bearing on. So that's what the tile was. The campfire does have something to do with the game. Yeah. The little tile icon down there looks like little flames. It's not focusing, but it'll be interesting to see how this interaction works. It shows putting these studs upside down like this. This may be my first full-on Lego campfire. I know I've done a little fireplace before, but yeah. Let's put all the flames in now. And something just rolled off the table while I wasn't paying attention. Let me grab that real quick, and then we'll finish lighting up the campfire with these flame pieces. Okay. So there's our little campfire. It's pretty cool. And then we get, is that a marshmallow on a stick? Is Mario and friends making s'mores? Maybe it's supposed to attach on facing this way. No, that table's in the way. So yeah, it's supposed to go on this way. So yeah, campfire making s'mores. And I'll set that aside till the instructions call for that. Actually, let's see what the tile does. So, okay, so what it does is it makes campfire noises, the sound of the crackling flames, and they make happy, comfortable noises. Because the land is so cold, the campfire is the only place they can find warmth. And now we have to build 5 of these trees, but at least these trees are all, on the same page, so we should be able to breeze through these pretty quickly. So I will make the tree bases, and then since there's a 2 times within the build, I'll make those 10 leaf portions, and then we'll go ahead and assemble the trees. So there's 5 tree bases, and then we need 10 leaf portions. This was a fun pair of sets tonight. Even if stream was a bit on the long side. There's 6. Okay, our leaf portions are together. Let's go ahead and assemble our trees. There's a hair that seems to be stuck to this piece. There. So, what I'm doing right now is I'm just putting these 5 trees together. They look like snow-covered evergreens. Or, not snow-covered, but snow-capped, I should say. I think it worked nicely doing the trees this way rather than doing one at a time. I think that would have taken a little bit longer than just this way, in which we focused on the trees one step at a time and kind of did it assembly line style, except the whole assembly line. Okay, so this shows us all the various pieces that we need to make this level come to life. Okay, we're going into the final assembly now. So let me take all these pieces aside. We'll set this off and we'll pull out the sections as they're called for. I'm still not sure how the tower works, but let's start. So it has us start with the penguins assembly here. Let's take everything off stage. And we need to put penguin up. Facing forward, of course. And then we need the whole Fliprus assembly. Wow, that's got some substantial weight to it. And we'll load up his snowballs later. Right now I want to focus on getting the level together. Okay, we need this little tiny platform here. And then we get these pieces are nice. It lets you put the stage platforms at an angle, but this piece's primary use has been for elbows and knees on the small mech sets. And now we need the big, huge ice platform here. This one is just an ice platform. It doesn't actually have any action features. Okay. Well, we're building off on this side. Okay. So that's where we're putting the little campfire scene. And then we have another rock here. And that rock denotes where the tower is supposed to go. And we'll put the snowman's head back up after I turn the set around to face the camera. And then it shows the little fruit tile hanging off this bit here. I want to make sure that's properly attached. Okay, so my tile's not actually straight. I don't think that matters all that much, but alright. We appear to be firmly on the clip now. And then this goes up inside. So the fruit is now inside the tower. Okay. And the freezy is supposed to stand in front of that and hide that little mechanism. Okay. And then we have two more little plates coming off of the tower. And I just knocked off the whole baby penguin section. So this level, the way it all extends out is pretty extensive. And what I'm actually going to do is Luigi's going to go off screen for a bit while I work on puzzling out the rest of this. And I think I'll take the tool and set that off screen as well. So there's that little bit there. And then we have this little plate here. Okay, I think I discovered how something is supposed to work here. Yeah, so this is pretty extensive. And let me clear these spare bits. They're not doing me any favors being in the way. And then I get this ice block here. And then we take our trees and we put them out around the scene. So let's go ahead and set up all the trees, and then we'll turn this around to face the camera. We'll turn the instructions off so you have a full camera view of the level. And we'll bring the snowman's head and the snowballs out, and we'll set all the play features and run the level real quick. And we've been going over 4.5 hours, so after that point we will call it the end of stream. But let me go ahead and put these trees on. One of the trees is actually growing on the tower. Interesting. Okay. And then Koopa stands in the middle of the ice. I almost forgot he was part of the set. He was so long ago. That's the end of the instructions for this set, so let me turn this around and we'll try and run the level real quick. As for length, it just barely fits across my table. So let me see how carefully I can turn this around. There, I think I got everything in the shot. Let me push that me here. So Koopa stands there. You know what? We'll bring Mario back. This is called Lego Mario after all. Let's load Fliprus's snowballs, or ice balls in, as they are. And what am I forgetting? The snowman's head. Okay. So, lots of stuff going on in this icy set. Let's go ahead and see if we can figure this all out. So Mario comes here and plays with Baby Penguin and gets some coins. He'll come to the campfire. And then he'll decide it's time for some ice encounters. So he'll come here, skate on the ice, and fight the Koopa Troopa. Baby Penguin is still interacting. You get Penguin's help. Interesting. Can Baby Penguin knock out the Freezy, maybe? Nope. Luigi still freezes, but we still have Baby Penguin. We lost Baby Penguin. And when you feed Baby Penguin the fruit, meanwhile, so this play feature is totally unrelated to the other play feature. Baby Penguin is still enjoying standing on the ice. Okay. You can also, alright. Okay, so here's what's up. You put Koopa on his ice block, and now if you push the snowman, that's how you defeat Koopa. Interesting. Let's see that again, because that was fun. You reset the snowman. And then when Snowman turns and his head rolls, it knocks out Koopa. Those coins are from Baby Penguin playing in the ice. That wasn't actually from Koopa. Let's go enjoy the campfire a little more, and then we'll go for the main boss himself. So now we're going to come and try and fight Fliprus. And Fliprus will launch his snowballs. But when he runs out of snowballs, Mario can jump over his head. And knock him out. Alright. So there's some pretty cool action in this level. Let's go ahead and take the characters off now. The bits that move around, let me take them off so they don't go falling on the floor. And let's set up our exit scene and figure out who we're going to raid. Not too many choices for raiding tonight. Where was this last tree? Oh, it was behind the campfire. So let's take off these some of these platforms. we'll just pull out the character assemblies for the exit scene. Fliprus doesn't go anywhere. He has to stay on his platform, just like Grohl. So we'll put him over here. And then we will line up Koopa and Freezy in front of him. And then we will... Baby Penguin is a friendly, so we'll line him up with Mario and Luigi. And we'll also bring in the characters from the previous set. So here we'll have Toad come back out. You know what? Peach can come out too, even though she hardly featured in the stream tonight. And we'll bring Grohl back here. And then we have the two Reznors from the very beginning of stream, who we can put here with Grohl. If I can figure out how to line them up without blocking them. Again, that one has a fireball in its mouth. Alright, let me just adjust things so that things aren't blocking other things. There we go. So now all the characters from tonight are in the view, except the snowman face, but I don't think that counts as a character. So we have from the Reznor Knockdown, we have the two Reznors and the Grohl and the Blue Toad. And from the Fliprus Snow Adventure, we have Fliprus, Freezy, Koopa Troopa, and we have Baby Penguin. So yeah, that's that exit scene. Not perfectly posed, but it's as good as it's going to be, because we have way too many scenery bits to try and make things look comfortable here. So let me go ahead and let's set up a raid. We will raid John Lee again, because he's the only one on right now. It's just after midnight where I am, and stream is, we went 4 3/4, we finished under 5 hours. So tonight's combined piece count of about 1,400 pieces, we finished in just under 5 hours, which is about average build speed for me compared with other similar size sets we've done. So we're rating John Lee. This was a fun pair of sets, the Reznor Knockdown and the Fliprus Snow Adventure from the Lego Mario series. Have a good night, and if I stream tomorrow, it will be something other than Lego probably. But more than likely I'm going to take tomorrow off. Have a good night, and I will see you soon.